it's again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, good afternoon. Yeah, get a little bit of energy in us for the next part. That was really an interesting morning. They were kind of losing me there off and on, so I'm glad you're there, P9, to kind of explain some stuff because I was like, what? You're good with the legal jargon and all that good stuff. So yeah, I wasn't quite sure. I knew what they were arguing, but I thought it was something new that had never been done before. Am I wrong? Shauna, good to see you. Dandy, dandy, handy, dandy. So yeah, they're not back yet from their lunch. They had an early lunch and lots of breaks. I wouldn't be surprised if this afternoon is the same. I don't know what the hell she's doing. It just doesn't sound like that journal is a good thing in any which way. And I mean, it sounds like it's disturbing and graphic. And do the families really need all that? Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, they get going, and sometimes it's like they get my head spinning a little bit. It's like, okay, you do want this or you don't want this. You want just that part. You said have everything out in the open, but you don't want this in there. And so it's like, what the actual hell? And I thought for some reason, I thought the judge said something like, this isn't something that's really been done before. But what do I'm learning when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like I've said before, every state is so different that it's hard for me to know. It's harder for me to catch on as to what state has what laws. And yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hello, Tracy. Good to see you, friend. I know lots of doctors, but they're all good? Question mark. That's why we go for second and third opinions. Yeah, well said. Well said. Yeah, unreal. So do you expect this afternoon? We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Are you expecting some more fireworks? This Shannon Smith, oh my God, she just gets right into it, doesn't she? She gets her hip going and her hands going, and it's like, okay, purple people eater. I'm showing my age. So yeah, no action. I've got them up when they're ready. Yeah, most interesting. If they slow down a little, they're all interrupting each other. And if they would slow down a little bit, maybe a person could catch on a little bit earlier and follow them. But you miss 2 seconds if I'm like changing or doing something. I could have heard a whole mouthful in like 30 seconds because they're all kind of talking. Yeah, I don't know if it's the best control of the room. I mean, I think she's doing pretty good, but some weird things are coming in. Yeah, some strange things are starting to come in. So I'm worried about the whole case and where it's going to go if this journal gets in, because it can go right sideways. And then what is she going to want to call Ethan to the stand? Is that still what she's chasing? And Ethan has said he will um, use his Fifth Amendment rights and not talk. So if that's the case, why even bring the kid to the stand? I agree. Don't think law schools are the only issue. The kids and parenting schools need to be looked and changed. Yeah, absolutely. I was pretty lucky. My son went to smaller schools and not in the city. So they're pretty laid back for the most part. They've got a lot of control over their classrooms because most of them have no more than 9 students. And then I homeschooled him when we were in an area that I didn't feel comfortable with him going to the schools there in that place. So, yeah, we homeschooled him for about 3 years. Yeah, they really are. You know, the small town ones. I mean, I suppose it's happened somewhere, but a lot less likely. Oh, somebody daring to walk down our street. Jazzy should go batshite crazy here. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, I wouldn't get noticed because I just wouldn't be there. What do you mean? No. I'm sure I can stick my thumb out and end up in the next town where there's people. Oh my God, the stupid things you do when you're a kid. Oh, that's zesty. Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. They don't have the time or the patience usually to deal with individuals. The smaller schools, you get a little bit more one-on-one. I hear noise. There we go. They're starting to pile in. When I was working in the oil field, there was this one guy that if he seen his guys slacking off, he had a slingshot and he'd put peppermints in it and he'd yell out, "Slacker!" And the guy'd get beamed. It's like, oh my God, beamed. It's like, holy crap. literally in a slingshot. These little yeah, little peppermints. Keep that thing away from me. Thank you very much, Maxie. Please hit the thumb. Ooh, yeah. I wouldn't have dealt that well with that, I don't think. I was lucky I didn't have to, they didn't touch us. You know, you might get kicked out or kicked out of the room or, but no, we didn't have the belts. We didn't have the rulers, like you're saying. But I've absolutely heard about it. I don't think I would have been a good student for them to do that to. I think I would have reacted. I have a little bit of a temper. Don't we all? Well, Southern girl, Southern gal, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Yay! I hope everything's been going well for you. Dandy, if you have her link, do you mind dropping it for us? Check out Southern Gal True Crime, you guys. I've heard wonderful things about Southern Gal. Wonderful, wonderful. We had a Patel. I don't know what that is. They got abused from what I am reading that may explain all the smoke we do now. Right? Brutal. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. There we are. Thanks, Dandy. Southern Gals channel is right there. It's in the chat. Check her out. Subscribe, like, and share. Oh, I got spanked as a kid. Never did any harm, but sadly it's damage of a lot of adults today living that where does the line get crossed? Paddled. Yeah, they didn't have that. And honestly, my son obviously didn't have to deal with that, but that would have been a big mistake if they ever touched my child. You'd see Franky in court going, I'm sorry, I had to punch him. Oh, yay. Yeah, that's no fun. That's no fun. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. That's a topic that a lot of people discuss, the pros and cons, two different sides. I just know, like with my child, nobody lays a hand on him. I didn't, so no one else is gonna. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's well said. Today, the problem is not the teachers punishing the kids, it's the kids who are punishing the teacher. Yeah, they have, Mexi. I mean, now kids have to go to school through a metal detector. It's like, what? Damn scary. She not to talk to the witness like that? Can she just approach the witness like that while he's sitting there on the stand? Have a nice little conversation? I don't like that blonde, not even a good, not even a little bit. I didn't think so. Um, no. I was just thinking about who was speaking last. And wasn't it the defense that was speaking and was starting to bring out things that the state didn't want? So it would be the defense witness. Yeah, run amok. No, he hasn't yet. Not yet. And I don't think so because they're just about done with the state's case, I think. Oh, nice. Thanks to everyone who attended my live last night. Very much appreciated. Good job. Good job. Hello, hello, Shauna.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990F8.
Your McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keys on behalf of people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal, pursuant to 8.119, and the court ruled that there is a half-truth privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the seconds to be admitted in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? In or out?
All rise for the jury.
Good afternoon, you may be seated. Who is the next witness prosecutor?
I believe Lieutenant Willis was still on cross-exam.
That's true, that might be why he's sitting here. Lieutenant you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they're in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, were prosecutors present?
For the swear to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people. So I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objections to relevance, Judge?
Well, it was on the media in the
We
public
can
domain.
stipulate that it was
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
If not,
Okay.
I think that's.
Okay, you can answer it. If you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you're aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search.
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley,
Yes.
and you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes. If I recall the swear to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, but the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m.
And there's
that day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen.
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you can step down in your excuse. Who's next on this?
May we have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. People are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's.
JJ, good to see you.
As far as initial evidence.
Hello, hello.
You're following along too, right?
Yes, I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page, it might be easier. Every exhibit on page 1, it's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76, and then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4, that's 95 through 122.
112 is admitted, correct?
I have 112 as admitted, yes, Judge.
Okay.
All exhibits 123 through 148. Exhibits 149 through 160. Exhibit 162. Exhibits 164 through 169. Exhibits 171 through 179. Exhibits 183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181? No.
No, 183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted.
Correct, correct. So we have 188 and 189, two that are admitted. And then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
206, 207, 208, 209.
Not admitted though. I'm only identifying. Not 215. Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have this now here. 247 was not admitted. That's right, thank you. 248, yeah. 248 was admitted. 253 to 256 were all admitted. 278 through 284 were also. 268, 269 were admitted, thank you. 272 was admitted. And then 278 to 284. This is why we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297.
285?
285 through 291. 293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted. Exhibit 426 was admitted. And then we identified two items as demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, Judge, can you go back to that page, please? That was not, I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
Thank you. And Judge, the two demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427, 428. That reflect defenses as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
And the people are asking.
All right, so, Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, I believe at this point, the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment. Unless the court would
Okay.
like me to make a motion
No.
later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. Okay, if we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes, okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so, Your Honor, the defense calls Jennifer Crumbley to the stand.
All right, well, I might should I excuse the jury for.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna excuse for a minute, okay?
All right,
Like five. Okay. All right, maybe Steve, you could make that motion now if you wanted to. I guess I would indicate that, I think it's a policy of the sheriff's department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct? So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the site of the jury.
Oh, you mean like here?
I think that they're going
That's
to
fine.
require that a deputy stand here, so rather than make that obvious, I would invite the jury to have her have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring a
Yeah,
motion. tonight.
Go up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there. And the deputy's gonna be behind you. You're just gonna start in the box, okay?
Could you raise your, oh, wow, yeah, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the is the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated, Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can post it. Let's see if there's a-
Hi. Can
Hi.
you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbly, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Maloche, all the evidence in the case,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No,
Just,
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Conrad?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later. We can reserve it. I'll reserve it.
sounds good, thank you.
All right, so, are you ready for the jury?
I am.
If you need to take a break for any reason, let me know. Okay.
Judge just like to inquire, counsel, on any other defense cases after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay, I guess it's gonna be hard to believe that we're gonna get past her, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Do you think we will?
I don't know. It depends how long the press is. I believe I'll get through her.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you maybe see him. Ms. Smith, you become the client, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Crumbley, would you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record, spell your first and last name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley, JENNIFER, CRUMBLEY.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure.
Uh-oh. I think it might have been the microphone.
Is that your microphone? You have to move it, or? It seems like it's being detached.
All right, good afternoon. I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. All right. Usually that one goes on last, so.
I'm gonna leave this unplugged for. I don't have those
Ruh-roh.
in between the slides.
Yeah, this one goes on. And then that goes on, but
Well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
they don't. Okay. Let's see if it goes. Let's see if it goes.
I guess I feel like I'm the only one who can see all three of them. This one is not on. Oh, there, all three of them are on.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I apologize in between exhibits. So that I'm gonna pull it out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Crumbley, can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm a defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things. And if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know. Okay. And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
Okay. And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear. So very nervous.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset during this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
You have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is your, let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury like an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No,
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
a little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting,
Correct.
or not shooting, the day you were arrested.
Correct.
You have a son.
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th. Okay.
Okay.
Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. He was into,
What do you mean by metal detecting?
he would we have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida out by the ocean, or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so you go in the neighbor's yard and see if you can find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. He was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading.
Okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did, but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably do that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We liked swimming together. Really just normal stuff.
Okay, did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we decorate that weekend. We watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter was, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah. Our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it. at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could. So he had up and down grades. I would say it's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial. So I had it on my phone and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades would fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly.
Yeah.
Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was marketing's, it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. It's probably the extent of our, but we were good friends too.
How often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we would meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified. Do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented she knew Ethan in elementary, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said, she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There is one with regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitor power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry. And so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit. And then he started getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house. How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that?
So my son, he had 1 bedroom and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving. And my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead of, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we're just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video. I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay. Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my second son.
Okay, he was the second son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess, was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had OCD, not my son, but his friend had OCD issues and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital, if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way, at the bottom, I'm always worried about him and places he goes. So it's just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you, is that something you frequently message your husband? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
A lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I'd worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam across, so this should be not an easy question.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we got to kind of figure it out. But yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. What kind of, did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family, we were the three of us really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom, I would go through when I clean it. I come across things, I look through it to see if there was something needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. What, any other things that were discipline issues
No,
at school or at home?
no.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we took him away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, I mean, there was a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away. No.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because they do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, during COVID, it was different because every little thing I freaked out about. So we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was going to add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit. And actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If we had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we'd take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly
Okay.
just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got an x-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
Check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking, I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's
care.
gone on through the years.
Okay, and
Okay, go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got x-rays done for dental in middle school, found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade. And once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
Okay. Now with the braces, was that an easy process?
No,
Why not?
because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He went use the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces. So we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And we're trying.
I'm sorry, prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces, was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces. So he was getting them under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
So it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX. And I'm going to ask, I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a subright extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they have the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be treated differently.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, if it's admitted, we'll put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them
They
just,
have a copy, copies of all
That's
this.
it.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
and I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring the court, what's been marked as B through, this is YY if it's admitted, B through YY. May I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Now B is, I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen. Because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can be used to her.
okay, so the first proposed exhibit is B.
It's more than one
It's
page.
several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C, exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit. Okay, do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is in exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay, and there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from they're from the whole period, correct?
I mean,
What's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
I would say mainly 2000.
There's not
20.
any dates on that copy.
I'm
There's
just-
no dates on my
I
copy.
don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the, looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, those, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do,
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not gonna go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object to relevance. Again, it's from the time period that's relevant. I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor,
That's
the
the time we talked
prosecution has
about.
made it sound like,
Okay, look, you specifically asked that you guys have to talk at the same time.
sorry, I did.
All right, so
So B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
okay,
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
okay. Well, date wise, this happened November 30th, 2021,
That's right.
and things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2020. March. Okay, so
Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
Well, there are some, just so the court's aware, there's 20, post in 2017, 2019.
Wait,
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B,
Is 2020 and 2021.
okay, so just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection
Okay.
with regard to the omission of those pictures just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I don't know if any.
No, that's fine. We can go exhibit by exhibit.
I'm sorry.
I said we can go exhibit by exhibit.
The pictures in 2020, the pictures in defendant's exhibit B are small, so the exhibit contains a lot of little pictures. So I haven't
Right.
looked at those. I assume the prosecution has. So I don't know if
Yes,
any of
sir.
the pictures are objectionable with regard to the individual pictures. So
Just it's the relevant dates was the objection.
okay.
Okay, so Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay, I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing from the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures. We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted.
Yes.
So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple of years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son when as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, over between 2020 up until 21, there's a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C. I
I,
Oh, you want me to get a story?
this goes back to 2019. I just put like one or two pictures from that year as exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what,
C, okay, so C and D, she said, you can identify this picture, correct?
Yes.
what's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay. And what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay. And then what about picture, let's see here, D?
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
You know,
and-
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, C and D are admitted.
Yeah, the rest of them.
the rest of
All
them?
all of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Judge.
thank you. Okay, so,
Okay, you're talking, then you would be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to XX, so.
and I'm sorry, it
you'll
should
have to
go,
let me know.
it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give this to all of them?
Yes, and then
Okay.
we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just?
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not gonna hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, right?
No, no,
Okay,
no.
okay. So Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's gonna have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are gonna identify the dates for the record though, okay? So going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay. And what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay. I'm gonna go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay. And it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts,
No.
right?
I don't want to keep you checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is a
Okay.
direct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how about, do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay, we're not gonna go through all of them though,
No.
okay? So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of,
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
okay. I'm gonna go down to F. What's been admitted is F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay, and let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay, so these are just posts of events or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
This is, I'm sorry, I'm on H.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his it's the 9th grade Washington D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm gonna go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay, so this is like a comparison before and after.
Yes.
All right. L, what's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay, and there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay.
So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're gonna go to M and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time. And we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes, in
Correct.
the genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We play card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S. What's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S. Do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
I was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
That's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
He's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27, 2021,
Okay, and what are you doing there?
in the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah, he join us.
Okay, and then let's see here. We've got CC, date.
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay, is this at your house?
Yes.
DD,
That's
date.
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyant Trail, which runs through Oxford. And there was some weird big boy stuff going on. So we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay, let's see here. EE, it looks like there's 2 posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from?
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you took, is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay, July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay. All right, we're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son, his friend, with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on? Let's see here.
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. This is the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6th, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, MM. What's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh no, the friend, but never mind. I saw.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26th, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date.
October 9th, 2021.
And what's shown in this picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover.
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing like what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember, but I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama, because he's very sarcastic, and I found it funny and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic
Yeah.
or I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay. When you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay. What's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay. And what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay. Thanksgiving. Is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first. Okay. And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the post? What is this post? What's the date on this one? VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay. And what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We were cutting a Christmas tree down.
Okay. And then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay. So this would have been Saturday.
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26th, 2021.
Okay. And what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay. So that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only gonna have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one, okay? Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I wanna go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably till about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times when it was just the three of us, it was usually out of state travel.
Okay. let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up at 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer. And then sometimes I will hit the, not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all of that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's Christmas gift. Can you explain who wanted the gun? What does it mean?
They had rented a 9mm at the shooting range before, so they knew it was the type of gun or the size gun, I guess what it is, that they wanted to get. And my son and my husband did a lot of texting back and forth. My son did a lot of research on it, and they're comparing different ones that they wanted to buy. That went on for a couple months. My husband just kind of kept blowing it off, like, not right now. And then I guess when I was out shopping, they said, well, let's go try on Black Friday, see if we can get one on sale, if there's any deals going on.
Okay, so they ultimately did get one.
Right.
Now, did you object? Did you say, I don't want that gun in the house? Anything like that?
No, I was more angry that they cut into our Christmas tree time. Usually cut my Christmas tree down right after I get back from shopping, but I had to wait for them. So I was irritated at that.
When they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question, you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because
Okay.
are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay, who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock.
Yeah,
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay, so were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No,
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
he did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Keltec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in the safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe. So when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how, the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No,
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
no,
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
no.
Okay, so that day, we saw obviously your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay, what was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay, and when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay, and you again testified about the key being in a beer stein.
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock? or-
No,
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
it would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No,
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with
Correct.
your son, correct?
correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car, and
What
I
does that mean? You got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off, I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car. And then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how I got there.
Okay, did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No,
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carry it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, the jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know. Shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times, and he did the rest.
Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me, just me, to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going.
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carried the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving.
Yeah,
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up where the spare tire is. I put under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't. That's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away? Or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there do you recall any issues with the weapon, any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, should be looking it up in school. And it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood, he went back to class, just want to let you know, if you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay. And on that day, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
I mean, it was pretty black and white. I mean, she said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem and I didn't have any questions.
Okay. So on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you, and I think we saw text messages. You said, next time, don't get caught.
Yeah, I said, seriously looking at bullets in school. And then he went through a long couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff. And he was worried about who was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time, don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone always asked me the trouble I get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker because I always got caught. Like all my friends could be doing the same thing and I'd be the one to get caught. So I was kind of referencing to that.
Okay. So you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail and that was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year. Okay. So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160. Okay. I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, I'm gonna plug my. I'm sorry, it's not like to plug it in. Okay, so I'm gonna start with 155. Okay, this was already admitted, so we're not gonna belabor this. Okay.
Oh, no, she doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily your fault. This one's coming out.
Oh. There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep all in capital letters all the time in class?
I can't remember what class director was. So I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, that emails between them?
No.
Okay, exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No,
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
no,
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
no.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay, so this is something you were unaware of.
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
We started getting discovered.
Okay, so in this case.
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No,
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
no,
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
no.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. I'm going in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94. And let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans and you say, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was going to have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
Correct.
right? Okay, the 16th though, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was gonna have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking. It fucked up the kitchen. I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay. Do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole. No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't, no, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case
Why didn't they stick out to you?
because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You got to explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home. And you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door and you can kind of see him slam it of him trying to say, see, our house is haunted. So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't, he got bored with messing around with the ghost.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria. So he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just like a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking. And I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped. And I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay, so on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken, which just whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day by day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, now on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay. And I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet, and
Okay,
if he had his phone on him.
so you're texting.
I think looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where
Yeah.
are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, god damn it. What did you mean by that?
I don't know. Just if he walked home, I was worried if like he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through. There's like some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less. I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
So when you say I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message.
Yeah.
Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you at 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
Is it the beginning? So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text. And he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again. And that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you. Why don't you answer? And I told
He
him,
said that or you said that?
he said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home. I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal. I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I pass the market, there's no signal unless until I got to a fire station, then I have a signal. And then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. Then I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I pick the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later.
Well,
do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall though getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's 2 more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101. Okay. So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No,
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
no,
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no
no,
or laughed at him?
no.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Speculation, Judge.
I'm sorry.
You should have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen, or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. It's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay. Do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay. Who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay. And you start off with my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, top of my head. But they have partners on certain nights of the week. And so him and his friend were always partners. So I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay. And this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades, you mentioned this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and we'll talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida, my mother-in-law passed away. So we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal. But I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too. I'm glad they're getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best. Don't worry about it. Next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work. And then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah. Targets.
Okay. So did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase. And he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were you had just been out of town.
Right. Yeah. And he just lost his grandmother. So that was sad too.
Okay. All right. And then there was one other conversation that you had with with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from, let's see here, starts off on, I'm going to go to Halloween, so 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do it every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden we got my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I started asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay.
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm gonna unplug this so that we can go back to go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple of times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Well, did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday, Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay.
Okay,
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay. And I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry. So we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up.
Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay, what were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. On the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school, so we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was gonna get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was gonna get like suspended. I was expecting like a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay, and so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate, got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk, working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell, he basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of a dog that we had. My mother-in-law lost his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really, I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. We all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school. So we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There is a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day. So I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit, which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell that he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to
No.
be. Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident, sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
Did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, is there any, do you remember? Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. It's fine.
So can you take it until about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, for the jury.
Is it okay if I grab these minutes?
Lunchtime. Let's see. They need to talk to the judge between.
You can be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you have private mail and they've been at since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10 minutes break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get ready to cross after direct. So, we'll do that now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay,
If that's okay, we're gonna need some time, I think.
okay, well, we've got quite a bit of direct left.
I
We've
have-
got quite a bit, here's some.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so
Okay.
I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay,
A lot of it is probably gonna go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves and they've already made videos of all of it, so.
all right, you can take them down and, can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long, if you let me know.
Sure.
I mean, you're not talking about half an hour, an hour.
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
No, I get it.
we'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things to be testified about. I think that Mr. Keith wants to.
Well, I just.
Your Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits.
Oh,
I
it's
kept
good,
going.
it's
I
good.
didn't take breaks in
It's
between.
good, it's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sure.
thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Wow.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down. They're gonna take you down and then they're gonna bring you back up, okay? They're gonna take you down and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. Don't talk to anybody about the testimony. I don't want to talk to them.
I started to see people walking around in the back, so I thought, well, we'll see what's going on. A little bit of noise. Just about done, Dandy. I was going to call you Brandy. Just about done, Dandy. You're just about caught right up. She said not an hour, and they're like, no. Well, we're just about at 45 minutes, so how interesting. Hello, James. Good to see you again. Yeah, I can just imagine how all of this is going to go. Yeah, she was. And then they were needing a break to go over some paperwork. So it's been about just about 45 minutes. So what, it's probably what, 20 to 4 there, so we'll see how it goes. I bet green for tomorrow. I see green in her future. Bright, bright green. Yeah, I'm not 1,000% sure that her lawyer is done. We'll have to see. When things go sideways in there, everybody starts moving. A lot of times you don't hear exactly. Yep, lime green. I see it in her future, James. Uh, she likes the bright stuff. I mean, the one she's wearing today isn't that bright, but it stands out, that's for sure. I'm really interested to see what they do with the rest of the time today. Flip flopper hair. Oh, yeah. Good Lord. All that time putting that curl in, it's gone. Well, the prosecution is still in the back, so that must mean that they're not done with the paperwork. Oh, remember that lime green that courthouse? Yeah, that was horrid. That was for Ty, the treehouse one. Didn't they have the green courthouse? In the Keys, in the Florida Keys. Ah, baby blue. Yeah. Okay. Baby blue. Yeah, as long as it pops out. Yeah. I could agree. It's not settling, is it? Not settling at all. Oh man, I just looked at the temperature. We're at 10°C. What the hell? Coldest time of year, generally. And we're sitting at 10°C. Unreal. Whoever's playing with those dials can slow down a little bit, though. Oh, that's a good one. Yellow for caution. That's funny. I'm writing them down. Neon yellow. Jushin, you guys are voting white? Okay. Hey, Chooch. Let's see. Chooch. White. I could see that. because she's such a Puritan. Right. Right, Terry. Oh my goodness. I'm doing it, but I'm having a very hard time keeping my peepers open today. I'm doing it, but I'm literally having to like walk around my house every once in a while. It's like, wow. Hello, Barry. Okay. Baby blue Hillary pantsuit. 21 at the bookies. Neon. I'm writing it in my book actually, so I don't forget. I go to jail green. Let's see. So, Lexi and Chooch. It's green. It's going to be forest green, like Perry voted. I think a like kind of a brighter green is what I'm thinking. Oh, she's a mess, James. Oh my God. Like scary, like a monster. Perry, you're going to say rouge? Perry, rouge. Love it. Let's see here. Got it. Are you perfect? They've taken a lot of breaks today, Dandy. And I figured this one might be longer. It's going to hit the hour mark that the judge was concerned about. Little Miss Lovely's over there moving her hair extensions around. A Hugh Hefner kind of look. I'm not sure. Did she quit, you guys? I don't think she finished. They all of a sudden got all wrapped up in um they didn't think that they were going to be ready when it was their turn, absolutely, because of everything that came out this morning. But I don't think she was wrapped up. Yeah, exactly. Fill us all with multicolored plaid. Yeah. Oh, no. No, I agree, Dandy. I think that the state is going to have a heyday. I think they're going to turn her into like the bubbling, blubbering something or other. Tartan for closing, for the closing. I could see that. I can see that. Yeah, I didn't think she was done. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he does. He wears plaid all the time, doesn't he? And the hats. He reminds me of like a cop or something back in the 60s with his like tilted little hat there. And his, like, I could totally see him in black and white. Yeah, just because I want to remember it, I won't. Hang on, maybe I've got it in one of my books. Gilgo, what's his name? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's John Ray. He's pretty cool. And he just wants justice, that guy. Oh, tartan is mostly green and blue. Wouldn't that be interesting? Let's just get us all in there. Yeah, she did. That's right, Carrie. She did. She said three quarters done. You're very right. Oh, did you? Okay. Hey, Dandy, that's cool. Love it. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, well, the lawyers are back. That's a good thing. So now I just have to bring in the criminal and alleged and the jury. I don't know who to. Oh, Timothy Leary. Isn't he an actor? Yeah, almost like a lecture, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, Nicole. Welcome, friend. Good to see you. Love my hair up right in front of the cameras. Yep, that's the mom. She's been on the stand, going back on the stand. I think so too, James. I think so too. She's not running too far too fast. She's scared.
All right to the jury.
That's just how they bring her in and out of the courtroom. Not sure. An ninja in her last life, maybe. Or a magician.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. James.
Okay.
Isn't that something?
We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think.
And Brian Colbert wears
a lot
what?
of that meeting. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yeah.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay, we heard
Andy, you're right.
Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything common. Her child was real young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right. I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that. Okay. And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it, a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yeah, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got 75 from Square Lake there, and it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. The track was backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay. And he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah. He's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying I love you was abnormal for him.
Okay. Did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back, I love you too. I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School. I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me. He asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing. So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going to a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing. So you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah. My husband had called me when I got close to the house. He said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The
Right.
substation.
So who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband. I'm sorry.
Okay. You picked up James. Okay. What was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, I don't know, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what we have to do. My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there'd be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there'd be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you. Okay. After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute. We were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back. So I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay. We saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm
Who, what, where,
I'm
then, what
asking a
happened.
question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And the
doing on
whole
your
jury
phone?
can hear you constantly saying
What were you
object.
doing on your phone?
I was looking, well, first I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested. So I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there's 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can hear them, but just try and put their voices down.
I didn't see the word object.
Okay,
Okay.
We're not saying object.
okay, well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads. My main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted.
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to, the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot, trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone. My contacts are in my cell phone. Everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers. I have an emergency going on and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay, there was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence, you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh,
phones.
no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay, so you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
The 30th.
the 30th. Okay, what did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account. So we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay, why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel, not any other reason why.
Okay, so how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay, and then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No, I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged, me and my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay, so we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Correct.
Okay, tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit, and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. We couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because of the two-factor authentication. So it was sending a text message to my old phone number I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I was trying. Well, I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and
Yes.
got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay, then what?
Then it's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay, all right. So then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches. He wanted to show us art studio. He's just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and with my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together to
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay, so then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day. And so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced. So he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time.
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Just freaked out. I've never been charged anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney, you, and I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it.
No objection.
Do you object to submission? Okay, thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary year trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay, so when you're, okay, on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, well, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4/12/5. So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay, what is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, are you aware, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did you, the prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that. Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list and he picked up things for us.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Okay. So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay. Why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay. Why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, what did you and James sleep there?
We did.
What time did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock when we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to turn ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there was people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted I'm gonna put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on, actually? Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that
That's an alarm we set for, or I set for the next morning,
for Saturday
for
morning?
Saturday morning, correct?
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:40? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were gonna wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was gonna be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were gonna be arraigned.
Okay, now, there was
Everything's still
evidence,
up.
oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were, your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen. So I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there in the weekend. So I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things. And I guess I don't know. I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
Okay. If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim, because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this. But we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
I'm gonna have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. All right, the mom's looking for the natural break. I need to instruct you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great, and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All rise for the jury.
So I don't know if they're going to have a battle or if we are done for the day. We'll give it a couple minutes, and when we're all done, if they boot us out, I'll set the stream for tomorrow morning, probably 6:45 Mountain Standard, unless I see that they move before then. I know, Dandy.
You're going to do cross.
Yes.
And then, do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm gonna go to meet with her,
Okay,
or I have arrangements to meet with her.
okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched, and so we need to have some discussions. I just don't know who I'm gonna be calling based on that. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay.
It's the same as it's been, nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have 2 names I can give them that I know I'm not gonna call.
Judge, shortly before trial, the people filed a notice of intent to admit something. Should the defense counsel assert a privilege, that privilege being attorney-client communication? Questions asked of the defendant, I believe, caused a revisiting of that ruling.
Okay.
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear for instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communication between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it was very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit, as well as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The 2-word text?
Now, but the issue is, when it was seen, it was immediately closed because it was recognized as potential.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm asking you to be more specific without me being more specific.
Well, there were 3 texts, not 2 words.
Okay, no, is that what I saw already?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess a few things come to mind. When I received that, we had a previous motion about this. It's unclear to me whose phone that was. That's just one thing among many other issues.
Right, we can't explore it if it's a potential attorney-client communication. So it was never investigated. That's why we brought it to the court's attention and counsel's attention immediately.
Your
And
Honor,
that's after consultation actually with the Michigan State Bar Ethics Hotline.
Well, one of the reasons I asked you that is because I know there were 4 phones in there, and 2 of the phones didn't have specific numbers. I don't know if that came from one of the phones that specifically belonged to one of the defendants.
Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Your Honor, if I may, when I was questioning my client, I was asking her what her plan was, what she was planning to do. She said what she was planning to do. I didn't expect that she was going to say, anything about me. I thought she was just going to say we were waiting for information, we were waiting to turn ourselves in, waiting for directions, and we had a backup plan. We'll go to court on Novi in the morning. I don't believe she's opened attorney-client privilege as to this topic. And to be honest, I don't even know what they would have.
This hasn't been an issue since the beginning of the case.
It's not just the privilege, it's also to impeach what usually be false testimony. That's important in cross-examination.
Your Honor, the prosecution has tried to make me a witness, but I've made arrangements often with law enforcement and prosecution teams to turn my client in. I have never seen.
Police are not required to wait.
I'm not saying that, but
Right.
what the police did is they tried to make me a witness. They made police reports with my text messages and tried to turn me into a witness when it's typical for
I think
different.
you're giving him too much credit.
Well, for when it's I texted Karen McDonald and said I was representing the Crumbleys.
Okay, but
On Friday morning,
The
she
police-
would not get back to me.
she doesn't have to get.
I know
back to
she
you.
doesn't.
The police do not have to ask you for permission to arrest your client.
I completely agree. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I was waiting for Miss McDonald to work with me to turn her in because she texted me the night
Prosecuting
before
attorney does
we
not
work
arrange
it out.
fugitive surrender. We
Well,
actually had evidence of that.
I
Sergeant
thought-
Hendrick as well as Lieutenant Will.
I thought we had professional courtesy going, that we were working together, and then she wouldn't call me back all day. And I said, okay, then we have to go turn you in. I want to turn her into a court. So we went to the Novi, we were going to the Novi court at 8:30 because they do weekend arraignments.
Okay, I've heard all of this before, but the thing is, you cannot testify to this.
I understand, but I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to make me a witness by having them
trying
put
to keep
police
us in the
reports
guidelines.
together.
That's why we had the waiver.
This came up from the beginning of the case. There was
I
concern about that.
I agree with you, and
Right.
I thought the concern was over because they dropped it, and I
I had to bring it up
No,
yesterday.
they didn't drop it. It's just been dealt with in waivers and motions and things like that. So, you know, if your client raises something, I guess I'd want you to specify whether it's in a filing exactly what you're saying or exactly what you want to admit, because I think that we're, you know, treading on difficult ground that
Judge-
we've been treading on since the case started.
We signed a waiver specifically for this. It was
not for
March
this.
of 2022, that paragraph 13 of that waiver, the defendant will not be able to use, and actually the court on the record said, Ms. Smith, you understand that flight is issue, and an issue in this case, the court remembers, but it was early on in this case.
Your
That's why we
Honor-
had the waiver.
Okay,
Would the
you
court-
can't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
You can't interrupt each other. So I guess tell me what you're specifically requesting.
So
Because-
we need,
The chronology, because she says she was asleep when the police are hitting the door or whatever it is.
yes, it goes into all of that. It goes into all of that. So there's again, this was a thumbnail of a text message that we immediately, the individual prosecutor's office who saw it, immediately closed it because he recognized a potential attorney-client material. Before he did, he noticed the timestamp on that. The timestamp is exactly, I think it's actually 2 minutes off of a timestamp from a text message between Ms. Smith and Sergeant Hendrick, where Ms. Smith indicated she cannot get a hold of her client. Now, I want to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley specifically about that because she put that an issue in front of the jury.
Okay, specifically about whether or not she was in contact with her lawyer.
What, can you just say a minute?
Yeah. I guess one of the problems is you can't use your shield as a sword. That's a problem.
Your Honor, I'm suggesting that if my client opened the door to that in any way, that you instruct the jury they're not to consider it and strike that testimony. We did not intend to open that door. I don't even remember, and I don't even know what that text message is. I saw that. I obviously responded to their filings. I have no memory of that text or this timing. So,
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
well, I'm just saying that I would just say that this should just be instructed to be inadmissible and tell the jury to absolutely ignore any testimony about any communications with the attorney.
The waiver, the defendant signed the waiver, defense counsel signed the waiver. It's, again, sword and shield, Judge. This is exactly what counsel is doing. And we can have someone from computer crimes extract any conversations, communications between the defendant and her attorney. The court can review it in camera.
Okay, I think that you're specifically trying to impeach her statement that I did not talk to my lawyer that night. I'm trying to remember the exact statement.
Well, the timing of when she was awake, when she sent the message, the fact that she indicated that she was asleep, the method in which she indicated how she fell asleep, and with the assistance of 4 Xanax. It's important to explore those particular details, Judge. The timing is crucial.
Okay, well, I might allow you to ask the question. You said you were asleep at 11 o'clock because you took 4 Xanax. I might allow you to ask, isn't it true that you texted your attorney at 11:03 or whatever it is, I might let you ask that. But the thought that you want me to do an in-camera review of every communication between Mrs. Crumbley and the attorney that could potentially breach the attorney-client privilege,
I'd be satisfied with just that timing, that message, Judge.
okay, well, I guess I'm gonna invite you. I feel like every night you're getting a homework assignment. Of course, I have my own homework assignment. But if you would like to send me a case, do a short memo, anything like that, that you'd like me to read at 4 o'clock in the morning when I should be sleeping,
Judge,
that's what I'll do.
the issue is that Jennifer Crumbley testified that she did what she did because her lawyer told her to. That's the crux of it. And there's evidence to the contrary. And I want that evidence to be admitted.
Okay, are you specifically, okay, those are two different things though. Are you specifically talking about the text that we dealt with last week? Or are you talking about other communication that was dealt with previously?
I think last week is the one we're referring to, Judge. That's
Okay, all right.
the motion that was filed.
Okay.
There's also text messages from Ms. Smith to an officer. There's no privilege there.
There's no privilege.
Correct. So that's naturally going to be part of cross-examination.
Okay.
But specifically right now, I want the court to review that, and we're asking permission to cross-examine on that, Judge.
Okay, well, I think I'm gonna have someone from my staff go back and see what the specific statement was about that. That's for starters. And additionally, if you would like to give me any law on the issue, I don't know if there's any law beyond what we briefed last week, but
Well, that's why the waiver.
yeah, the waiver. Well, I might be inclined to ask her, to let you ask, isn't it true that, did you testify that you were sleeping at 11:03? Yes. Isn't it true that you texted your lawyer at that time? I may allow you to do that. Anything else?
I don't think so,
I'm going to have someone from my staff review the record to determine exactly what was said. I think that's important.
It was in March of 2022 on the hearing we had. The waiver it is, and the initial
Well,
waiver.
I'm sure I have the waiver. Yeah, I have all those waivers. I'm familiar with the waiver, but what, to review the record to see exactly what Mr. Crumbley said that, quote from her, okay? I'm trying to be careful. Anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
I will email the prosecution tonight, who I plan to call.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. You may be seated.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't know. They opened up the door and they don't seem overly happy with their decision ultimately. And I don't think that she is trusting her lawyer right now. I don't know what's going on over there, but okay. So, guys, I don't know what that one was. Okay. So, no audio? All good? All good? Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mexi. So, guys, have a great night. If don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell, because after I'm doing some of this, I've got other things I want to talk about, and if I can stay awake, I'm tired tonight, I'll get something else out for us. So, guys, thanks again. I appreciate every single one of you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.